Bueno, nos enorgullece presentar en la 13ª edición de la Feria del Libro este evento coorganizado con la Subsecretaría de Cultura de la provincia, a la profesora Alejandra Ottolina. Nosotros somos un equipo de gestión en Anglo que más o menos hace 11 años que estamos, hace 34 en Anglo y hace 11 en el equipo de gestión. Y Alejandra fue la primera a la que llamamos y decimos, tenemos ganas de hacer algo junto para Anglo, para capacitar a nuestros docentes. Y fue la primera en acompañarnos. Así que para nosotros ella es como de la casa. Le agradecemos, es de la casa. Macmillan es de la casa. Le agradecemos su presencia, le agradecemos la presencia de Verónica que anda por ahí. Y bueno, bienvenidos a Santiago del Estero. Gracias.
En esta sesión, Alejandra expondrá sobre aspectos fundamentales que hacen al aprendizaje del inglés como lengua extranjera en el mundo actual, tales como la colaboración, la ciudadanía global y la comunicación. La disertante también trabajará los conceptos de diversidad, dificultades de aprendizaje y conciencia fonológica, haciendo primero una introducción teórica para luego analizar ejemplos que permitan a los asistentes conocer las siguientes novedades de Macmillan Education. Hoping to English, Second Edition, serie para el nivel primario, carga horaria básica. Curious Kids, serie para el nivel primario, carga horaria media. Learning Lands, serie para el nivel primario, carga horaria alta. Get Involved, serie para el nivel secundario, carga horaria media. Alejandra Ottolina es una prestigiosa capacitadora docente con experiencia en todos los niveles del ámbito público y privado. En la actualidad se desempeña como profesora adscripta a la Cátedra de Prácticas Profesionalizantes 2 de la carrera de Psicopedagogía en el Instituto Alicia Moró de Justo, además de ser directora de estudio de Santa Mónica School of Languages y coordinadora académica de la editorial Macmillan. Su labor como autora incluye adecuaciones curriculares para We Are Heroes y On the Pulse Second Edition, diversas guías docentes y la consultoría para series como Winners, Switch On y Faces, entre otras.
Muchas gracias. Okay, good morning everybody. It's so nice to be here once again. And I have to say a big thank you because, you know, you just see me here today, but there's a lot of work behind all this. With Anita and Julia, we've been in touch for I don't know how long, exchanging messages all the time. When I arrived, Ruben came to fetch me, and this morning, Mariela came to fetch me, and everybody is trying to help us. So this is why it's always a pleasure to be in Santiago del Estero, and it's a pleasure to work with these people. So thank you for being here at this time on a Saturday morning. Okay, this is a lot. And we are here to talk about working with all the C's in mind. But it's too early. So I'm going to make a question. How are you? How are you? How are you today? You have to sing the answer to the person next to you. No, you don't have to laugh. I said sing the answer. Okay, my answer is, how are you? How are you? How are you today? I am happy. I'm happy. I'm very happy today. I'm happy because I think this is an opportunity to celebrate, an opportunity to share with colleagues, and an opportunity to maybe win a prize because we are going to have a lot of raffles at the end, an opportunity to learn something. So, if I say I'm happy, are you happy to be here? So can we sing, we are happy, we are happy, we are very happy today? So help me, come on. How are you? How are you? How are you today? We are, no, come on. Ponele onda. We are happy. We are very happy. You can do better. But okay, let's start. Let's try and make it serious. Okay. Today, we are going to talk about teaching English today, because things are changing. The world is changing, our students are changing, and so our classrooms are changing. We're going to mention how to work, and we're going to analyze how to work with all the C's in mind, and we're going to talk about DAY. DAY means diversity, equity, and inclusion, because the world is changing. And so we have new concepts that we have to learn to bear in mind. Because we teachers of English very often focus on grammar and vocabulary and reading and writing. And there's a lot more to it now. So, first of all, this is a book fair. So, there are many people who advocate for the use of project work all the time. We may agree or not. I think that working with a textbook has a lot of advantages. Why do you think it is important to work with a textbook? What are the advantages of working with a textbook? Okay, it's a guide. Right, it's more organized. And there are many, many more. Look, first of all, it's let's work for us, people, because you've got everything there. And the truth is that we say, we do project work, but what we do is a collection of photocopies from here, there, and everywhere. So in a book, you've got everything you need. Then it's quality presentation, because photocopies are photocopies. Even if we project and the student doesn't have the real thing in his or her hands, then the result is not the same. It's high-quality presentation, and today, visual learners need the concrete thing in their hands. Then there is a philosophy, because when we do projects and we put bits and pieces from different materials, what we are doing is not following any philosophy. An author has a philosophy. A textbook has a philosophy that begins in Unit 1 and goes on throughout the book. That is lost when we do bits and pieces, because there is no philosophy, or we mix philosophies. Then there is the expertise, because I may be willing, I may try hard, but people who write books are highly experienced, and in general, companies, publishers like Macmillan or any other, they choose an author for each segment. If I am good at teaching with children or teaching children, they are going to invite me to write a book for children. If I am good at dealing with teenagers, they are going to invite me to write a book for teenagers. This is why Dave Spencer, for example, is the author of Gateway to the World. A lot of grammar, a very strong grammar strand there, because we all have a strong part. All that is lost. So, then there is the organization, because let's be honest, there are days when we have time, and there are days when we just get a photocopy. All that is lost if you don't have a textbook. The textbook organizes your work and your students' work. And then all the extras. You may say, well, there's a lot of extra material online. Yes, but in the book, in a book that comes with a code, all those extras will go hand in hand with the grammar, with the vocabulary that you are presenting in that book. So this is why I celebrate this book fair, because it's very, very important for us to become aware of this. Now, you choose books. What do you look for when you have to decide? I've got two options and I have to choose one. What do you think about? What do you consider? What do you take into account? Pictures. What else? The language, the grading, vocabulary, the topics. Okay. Usually when I make this question, teachers say all this. Grading. Yes. I can write a book that looks fantastic, but if that grading is too crazy for my reality, I will not choose it. So it's not just the grading, but grading that is attainable for my reality. because your reality or her reality in one school may be a different reality from her reality in another school, or in one 6th grade different from another reality in another 6th grade. Okay? Then, of course, clear presentations, because sometimes the colors are great, the stories are fantastic, but the grammar is messy. The presentations are not clear, so I have to work twice as much. Of course, nice illustrations and colors matter, okay? But again, you have to consider your students. Too much color information or brownish colors, those are not good, visually speaking, for students today. You mentioned practice. There has to be a lot of practice, but it's not just quantity, it's quality. A lot of practice, but practice that is meaningful, practice that is really communicative. The times of the cat is on the table, those times are over, okay? So we have to try and look for more natural English, moving on towards more communicative, realistic practice. And practice that is more and more inclusive, because our classrooms are diverse. And they will be more and more diverse. I don't know if it happens to you here in Buenos Aires. What we are getting is a lot of Russian students who don't speak English, who don't speak Spanish. So maybe you receive a Russian student who is 11, and what? Okay, diversity in all senses, okay? And diversity in connection with inclusion, with children with difficulties. We are also getting more and more students with difficulties. So it's not just enough practice, it's varied, and it's suitable to cater for everybody, because everybody has the right to learn English. Then all skills. We all say, ay, a ver que tenga reading. Yes, of course. We need reading, listening, but we need all those skills properly developed, not just a text. A text and what? A text and 5 questions. No, that's not developing the reading skill, because skills are to be taught. When we say, they have no comprehension, now, wait a minute. What is reading comprehension? Can they read aloud? Do they know the meaning of the words? Do they understand linkers? Do they know that one paragraph is one idea? I mean, what part of the reading comprehension skill is failing? It's always 1 or 2 parts. It's not reading comprehension. So all the skills, yes. Properly developed, yes. And a lot of other skills that we will see today. Of course, engaging activities, projects. I believe in projects. I think projects are fantastic, but as an integration activity, but as an opportunity for everybody to show their own skills at their own level in a creative and personalized way. Because if not, we make the mistake of believing that everybody can write his or her own book. And writing, of course, we may all do it, but it takes time, experience, hard work, edition, supervision. And we don't have all this, okay? And of course, digital extras, yes, we love them, and they are there. But I told you there are other things in this world today. We have to look for social and emotional learning. We have more and more students with anxiety problems. And at Profesorados, we are not taught to deal with all this. Social and emotional learning is part of education. We have to learn as teachers to make students aware of their emotions, to talk about emotions from the very beginning, to identify anger, frustration, and then be able to say, I'm not happy today, I'm tired, teacher. Well, why? Okay, so social and emotional learning is here. Multiliteracies. We worry about first grade. They cannot read and write. It's so difficult to teach them English. Second grade, they have to learn to read and write in English. It's so difficult. But nowadays, literacy is not just teaching them to read and write. We have to teach them, for example, information literacy. When they read a text, they have to understand what is essential information, what is secondary information, what is fact, what is opinion. We don't very often do this until they come to secondary, if they sit for an international exam. And this has to be done from the very beginning, to make them critical thinkers, to make them better global citizens. Multiliteracy has to do with learning to read and write. It has to do with information literacy. It has to do with digital literacy. They have to know that on-the-go practice is not to be done in class. On-the-go practice is on the go, as at home, on the bus. It's for fun. They have to learn how to use technology to produce a logical, interesting, dynamic, digital, if possible, project. And then visual literacy. When you have a text for reading comprehension, and you make a question about the title, or you make a question about a caption under a photograph, they will say, pero no dice. No dice, because it's not in the text. The text is everything. Visual literacy. Publishers, we spend a lot of money on pictures. Each picture costs a fortune. We put them there for some reason. They are necessary to understand. They are necessary to make connections, okay? So visual literacies. And then diversity, equity, inclusion. We have to learn to include children with difficulties. Students, because we have students with difficulty at tertiary level. I have to adapt, I have to accommodate, that's the technical verb, I have to accommodate materials for tertiary level students. I've got dyslexic students at university, okay? Diversity. Diversity, when you mentioned pictures in the book, we have to pay attention to what pictures. Your students have to feel identified. The times of the fair-haired, blue-eyed prince in every book, because everybody was English and from Oxford. Well, my students didn't feel identified with those children. So you have to look for those photos in a book that help your students say, "Ah, este como yo." So with glasses, without glasses, in a wheelchair, not in a wheelchair, a little bit plumpy, tall, short, red hair, everything. All that is called representation, okay? And all this is going to help you think about, introduce the notion of global citizenship. We all want a better world, but a better world, doesn't grow from one day to the other. And we are educators. As educators, we can plant a small seed every day through raising awareness. And another thing that has changed, another very important thing, when you look at the grading, when you look at the texts, and real English, real pictures, real English words, all that is very important. And all this is what you're going to find in the books we talk about today. And all this is not that I am saying it just because. These are the pillars of what UNESCO said are the pillars of learning, the pillars of education. They talked about 4 pillars, 4 great parts, 4 great aspects that we have to teach. And when I say we, I don't mean just English teachers. All the school, all teachers, all schools in the country and in the world have to focus on teaching students to know, teaching students to live together. We still have parents who say, "Ay, no quiero que María se junte con Susanita." We have to pay a lot of attention to this. Learning to do things, learning to make decisions. "Ay, se me cayó el lápiz." Well, okay, pick it up or leave it there. There isn't any other option, but make a decision and do it, okay? And in the case of English, do it using the language and learning to be a better citizen in the world, which we can take even to sustainability, taking care of the environment, through very, very simple examples. Practically, all these mean these things. We have to teach them to think critically. But I don't have to rely on the first certificate teacher for that. I mean, even in first grade, when we ask why, what else, what happens at home, English or Spanish, we are teaching them to think critically. Metacognition means reflecting on your own learning. We can and should ask them, ¿qué te sirve más? La gramática así en cuadrito en el libro, ¿preferís que yo escriba y te saque una foto y te mande la foto de lo que yo escribo? ¿Preferís escribir la voz en tu celo? ¿Qué te sirve más? What is better for you? And very often, in secondary school, children don't know what helps them. If we start working on this from the very beginning, and if you all start thinking how you learn better, we all learn in different ways. I need to write. I use a computer because it's part of my job, but when I have to study and I need to remember, I write. And I use a lot of colors. One color for the most important thing, one color for examples, and one color for secondary information. Are you the same? You are like me? Good. But this is personal. Now, if you know this, if your students discover this, if we help them to learn this, they are going to learn better. So you see how grammar, that is important. I'm not saying it's not important, but there are a lot of other things. The same as living together. Anxiety leads to frustration. Frustration leads to aggressiveness, impulsiveness. So understanding, accepting, tolerating through games in first grade, through games in kinder, in English, okay? And of course, learning to do, nobody can do things alone. What I can do alone is like this. What we can do all together, what we can produce is a really great change. We can start changing. Perhaps not the world, but a little bit, maybe one part of Santiago, maybe one school in Santiago del Estero. We can, but for this we have to learn, we have to teach our students to participate, to work collaboratively. And that implies reorganizing the classroom, having the right materials, paying attention to collaboration as a skill, and finally, learning to be, in order to be good within inverted commas, I need to understand myself. What makes me angry? What makes me discriminate? How do I react when I get angry? And as a teacher, I have to realize, why is it that Pedrito makes me so angry? One day I was talking to a teacher and talking informally after my talk. She said, ¿sabes qué, Ale? Me doy cuenta que Fernando es igual a mi hijo. Pero a mi hijo le puedo dar un grito, a Fernando no le puedo dar un grito. So there is always a reason why somebody in the class makes me angry. Getting to know ourselves, helping our students to get to know themselves, that is going to be great, okay? So, and then of course, you have all the extras, all right? The exams, the grammar, the vocabulary. So you see that we have a lot on our plate. Being a teacher of English is much more than teaching grammar. This is why it's so much fun, and this is why it's never ending, and this is why it's challenging, and this is why we remain active. I am about to retire, but I will not stop working, okay, because I love what I do, and I feel there's a lot to be done. So, all this goes together with the C's. You know some of the C's. And Anita mentioned some of the C's, and the boy who introduced me mentioned the C's. What C's come to your mind? Creativity, communication, critical thinking, Good, very good. Okay, yes. And there's a tree. Yes. Because normally, this is what we look for, this is what we pay attention to in a book. When I say, a ver, ¿qué andas buscando to a teacher? A ver los readings, tiene listenings, están buenos los audios. Yes, okay, that's the beginning. But then I also need other things. I need all that for communication. Okay? If they say, la voz pasiva se usa para, la voz pasiva se forma con, I don't care. Use it. Use it appropriately. Okay? So, critical thinking. What do you think? Ay, pero acá no dice. No, it doesn't say, because it says, what do you think? It's your opinion. But, I mean, it takes time, and it's very demanding. So how many opportunities to develop critical thinking do the books you are using have? Even in kinder. Collaborative work. Collaborative work begins with pair work. You may stop there, but this is like this. Then I need group work, then I need project work. So it has to grow. If I remain at the pair work stage, well, there is not a lot of collaboration, especially because Ana is always sitting next to Julia, so it will always be Ana and Julia collaborating. And what about Ana and the boy at the back? Okay? Creativity. Ah, pero yo soy profe de inglés, yo no soy profe de arte. Creativity is all the time related to the language. The way I say things is my own way. That is creativity. The way I decide to present materials, it's my own way. That is creativity. In your books, how many instances, how many opportunities for students to show what they have learned in their own way, through their own work, even if that is a drawing. Time the work. Say, okay, you've got 3 minutes, not 2 hours. 3 minutes. But then give them the time to share that drawing, to explain what they have drawn, and to feel proud of what they have drawn. So that is creativity. And all this is good only if you use it regularly. Another C is curiosity. So many times, how often do we complain about the fact that our students are not motivated? Nothing motivates them. They are not interested in anything. Well, this is a skill. Kinder on, every teacher has to make them curious, make them questions, look for interesting materials. At the very beginning of a unit, if that is not in your books, you invent it. Make a big question that your students can answer throughout the unit. Make them think, make them discover, make them curious. Because this is not something that they can do on their own. And finally, yes, celebration. Instead of correction, we are trained to correct mistakes. And naturally, all this hard work, the difficult situation that we are going through in the country, makes us complain. Complain and correction. Well, they are very negative words. This is why I began this talk singing and trying to sing that we are happy. So let's look for moments, let's look for things that we can celebrate. We can celebrate that we have a diverse classroom instead of complaining. We can celebrate that 1 or 2 did the homework. We can celebrate that some are passing an exam. We can celebrate that we are there trying to change the world one student at a time. There are many things we can celebrate. So let's look for instances to celebrate, okay? But this, my dear teachers, doesn't grow on trees. No, forget it. This takes time, this is hard work, and this is physically demanding. Hay que poner el cuerpo, as we say, okay? Because it's difficult to be standing to keep everybody motivated and engaged, all right? So, I have talked a lot. All this is interesting, but why is all this important? What do you think? Why is it so necessary? Yes. Right, excellent. It's not about English. It goes beyond English. Okay, it's about life. You can put all this into practice in terms of real life, and you can transmit all this to all the other teachers and the staff in your school. The gym teacher, the music teacher. I mean, ideally, if we had time to meet and work together, it would be great, okay? Very good. It's important because this is going to make your lessons better. But at the same time, your students are going to benefit because they're going to be critical thinkers. They're going to be able to solve difficulties. They will have strategies. They are going to be able to do things. They will be empowered. And that is after school for real life. Because they will also be able to transfer knowledges. The knowledge that they have in English about grammar, if they discover how to study, they will use it for chemistry also. That's great. They will relate with different others, whether they like them or not. We don't love everybody around us. Sometimes we have to work with people we don't like. Still, we have to work and do fine. This is what collaboration teaches us. This is what self-awareness and social and emotional learning teaches, okay? To relate with different others. And this is something that is failing in the national system. Teenagers, when they leave school, are very easily frustrated. They get a job, they don't like it, they don't get along, and they quit automatically. This is failing because it doesn't grow on trees. We are educators. Then we are teachers of English, but we are educators. And because they can go on learning for life, and they have the possibility to understand the world as a bigger thing, as a thing where different people live, different people share. And then the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Look at this situation. What is happening? What is that? Right, he's a very important person, okay, a politician probably, and his kids went into the room like every kid. So the man had two options, start shouting and say, go away, or he went on nicely because he's a father. And apart from being a politician, he's a normal person, like you or me. But then what happened? The nanny came in. Look at the expression on that woman's face. And she's like kneeling because she doesn't want to be seen, but all the world can see her. It's great, because what did you say? What happened? The nanny came in, and this is what everybody on the BBC said. The nanny came in, but no, we are prejudiced. Okay. We are prejudiced. She is not the nanny. She is his wife. Why did we think she was the nanny? Because of her appearance. Wow, silence. Everybody's shocked. This is what we all do unconsciously. It doesn't make us bad people. But I mean, it's what we do. And this is exactly what we have to avoid. The world is diverse. And a person who looks like a nanny can be the president's wife or the politician's wife. I chose this. I'm going to make a confession because something similar happened to my husband. He went to a student's house for the first time, And a lady opened the door, and my husband said, ¿Está la señora? And she said, I am la señora. At that moment, he didn't know, because we are all prejudiced, and it's something that we have to change, okay? This is diversity. And you can see at the very top over there, an icon. At Macmillan, we have a department that we call the Day Department. All our books, as from 2 years ago, all our books have got these concepts: diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we are making a point of this. We are going diplomatically, we are going slowly, because we know it's difficult and not everybody is ready to accept it. But in these new books, you will find, especially in the primary, in Curious Kids and Learning Lands, you will find that icon with activities for those who find it hard. You will find diversity in the photos all the time. We are really working towards this because we definitely believe in this. Now, I have no idea I can go on talking. Okay. Go into the next concept that was inclusion. Inclusion has to do with difficulties. What difficulties do you find in your classrooms? It's your opportunity. If you want me to help you, you have to tell me. I have a long list. What about you? Good, attention. Attention is terrible. Okay. What else? Just attention, that would be easy. Make it more difficult. Only attention difficulties, or do you have any other problem? Dyslexia. Dyslexia is very common today. Have you got any child within the autistic spectrum? Okay. You are going to have more and more. So all this is what we are having, plus many, many other things. Attention, reading comprehension, and social difficulties. Students who don't get on with anybody, students that we think, well, maybe they are shy and sit at the back and never participate. And we, again, instinctively, automatically, we try to associate attention with ADD. We say, no, no se concentra nunca, seguro que es ADD. I hear this all the time. Yes or no? Reading comprehension. No puede leer ni en voz alta, ni en voz baja, no entiende nada. He must be dyslexic. He's over there. Parece autista. Have you heard this? Oh, okay. Prejudices. Again, no. We have to stop. This is not easy. Attention nowadays is different. We say that we want our students to be curious. We want our students to be active. And then we say that if they don't pay attention because they get bored, they are ADD. And that's an illness. We have national problems at reading comprehension. And we say that's dyslexia. O cambia letras, debe ser disléxico. Okay. And then autistic. Well, all these are not illnesses. They are not cured. They are forever. They are neurobiological conditions, so they don't change. In general, there is some kind of genetic issue. So if the child is dyslexic, maybe mom and dad also are dyslexic. I mean, there are many things. And this is the DSM, the Psychiatric Manual. To diagnose, the manual gives us a long list of symptoms. And the child or person, because this is for all ages, should have the symptoms for more than 6 months in at least 3 different contexts. So, if I am a teacher, first term, I only see the child at school, I cannot possibly say he is dyslexic, because it's only one context, it's only 6 months. So we are not here to diagnose. But apart from that, if I imagine I am an educational therapist, and she brings a student, and I, through tests and interviews, I say, yes, you know, Pedrito is really dyslexic. Am I giving her a solution? No. I'm only giving the child a label, a T-shirt that says, I am Ale, I am dyslexic. And nothing happens, nothing changes. The child is going to be the same in her class. So what we have to look for is solutions, strategies. Forget about the labels. And these are questions that teachers very often ask me. Ay, vos que sos psicopedagoga. Okay, look. How important is the family context? Yeah. The same child with dyslexia or with ADD or whatever in one family is going to perform in one way at school. That same child in another family is going to perform better. And very often, not because parents don't want to, because as I told you, these are not illnesses, they are not cured. So as a mom, it's very difficult to accept that your child will be like this forever. So it's better not to go to school. ¿Y para qué voy a ir? ¿Para que me digan lo que ya sé? If I cannot solve it. Okay? So the family is very important. Involve the family. The only thing that works is when we work in what we call a triad. The school, the family, and the child. School, family, child. If the school tries without any family support, nothing is going to change. Can these students learn English? Yes. With the right teacher. Yes, if the teacher tries to implement a different thing. Not the method that we were taught at profesorado, which usually will not work, okay? What role does our methodology have? Methodology is a big word. Methodology includes all the tools that you can use. Don't stick to one method. Don't stick to one approach. Use the methodology you learned to try new things. Then I'm going to give you tips. And when should we call parents in? ¿Lo llamo o no lo llamo? ¿Qué te parece? That's a typical question all the time. Don't worry if they don't come. Insist. But don't call them to complain. Call them to ask for help. What can I do? How can I help you? With me, this and this works. This and this doesn't work. Can you help me? Can we work together? Can we have some kind of contact? We can have a special copybook for community. Can we have some kind of commitment? I can write to you once a week, or I can send you a WhatsApp message once a week about the progress I notice. 50 will say no, but if 1 or 2 say yes, go for that. They are like that forever. Nothing is going to change if we don't change the way we teach. These students succeed. Most of them do. The CEOs of the most important international companies are dyslexic, ADD, even Asperger's, okay? So don't worry, they will succeed and they will make a lot of money, you know, more than you and me. So don't worry, help them. We are educators. El título de ustedes, el mío, no dice sos profesora de chicos normales. It says you're a teacher of English. So go and teach English, okay? That's what we decided to do. That's what we chose to do. And apart from that, there is a law in Argentina. They have rights. Imagine that each of those children, that child may be your son, your grandchild, your brother, your cousin, we would all react differently. Forget about labels. They are lazy, no hace nada. Si encima que tiene problemas, no hace nada. No, You know that the brain in these children works differently. The brain has to make 3 times more effort than you or me to understand, 3 times more effort to read. This is why they get tired. But apart from that, when they get home, they have a teacher for maths, a teacher for... So they spend all the day trying, and they cannot. So it's not very nice, is it? They learn differently. These are very general tips. Now start remembering things, because at the end we are going to raffle a lot of books through questions. The one who answers the question is going to win. Okay, so pay attention. These are very general tips. Children with difficulties should have a special place in the classroom. But we should not discriminate. If I put them all here, ¿y qué? La fila de los que no pueden. No, that means second line, near me, never at my desk, near, not separated, okay? Clear instructions. When I give instructions, I look at them, I get near them, I check, okay? And then I give them time to do the activity. Visual contact, physical proximity, an agenda. This is something that they need, because they get distracted very easily. The agenda may be pictograms, maybe something you stick. There are cards, you can photocopy, you can print them, and you can, they're just 10 icons. Read, listen, sing, the icons you want, and you stick them on the board. And so as you do activity number 1, you remove card number 1, so they can see that 2 are left. This gives them organization. This gives them the possibility to anticipate what is going to happen, and this gives them a sense of achievement. Dice algo, okay? So agendas are essential. If you don't want to spend any money on photocopies, you just write 3 words on the board, as you have here. And you erase the words as you finish the tasks. When you plan, think about the students you have. Think about those special cases and try to think how, with the page that you have in the book, how you can give them opportunities. Because this is about opportunities. No le pregunto nada, si siempre está en la luna. Well, if I don't ask, he's never going to answer, okay? The only way to work is through careful observation. To get to know what they need, I need to observe them, what they like. The body language tells me, okay? And of course, involving others, and getting involved. I have to involve the parents. I have to involve colleagues. I have to involve the child. I will not do that if first I am not involved. So, also, mindfulness activities are very useful to help them concentrate. Can I invite you to stand up, please? Come on, everybody, stand up. Let's see. Okay. Okay. What is this crazy woman with us? Okay, what did you do what I do? With my legs. Okay, now like this. No noise. No noise. No noise. Okay. No noise. Okay, these very simple activities, now you are smiling, now your blood has circulated in a different way. These help you to focus, and we have fun. And this is what is great about teaching, okay? Having fun with our students. Good. So now, I'm going to show you some concrete, physical objects that you can use to help students with attention difficulties, with reading comprehension difficulties, with social difficulties. The first one is what I call here a reading window. A sheet of paper, cartulina, whatever, hojas canson. I use blue because blue has a good impact on the brain. And I cut a rectangle in the middle. So that is a reading window. So when you put it on the text, the student can only read 4 or 5 words. So they look at 5 words, not at all the text. It helps them to focus. It's not expensive. Anybody can do it, okay? The other one is a tablet. These children need digital things. There are many text-to-speech apps that help them because usually they learn much better through the spoken oral medium than through the written medium. This is why oral work is essential, much more than any kind of writing. So tablets are essential. Also, pictograms. A lot of pictures, a lot of colors, they don't help sometimes. So if you see that they have problems, go to pictograms. They are very simple. There are a lot online, the agenda that we have mentioned. Very often they are so disorganized that their handwriting is a mess. The copybook is a mess. They erase, they cannot copy, they copy with mistakes. So a pencil grip helps them to manipulate the pencil or pen better. And these are motor skills, and they have problems using their motor skills. And also, when you are teaching first, kinder, first, second, make the letters physical. Make them play with letters, because they find it really hard. Then we are going to see why. And these are called fidgets. They are like rubber things that they manipulate and they help them concentrate. These are ideal for children within the autistic spectrum. They cannot concentrate without the fidgets. They need to be playing with something as they, if possible, eventually, they look at you. Now, for every lesson, whenever you have a child with a special condition, child or student, even at university, you have to consider the way you present the material. What about the book? Is it too colorful? What about the book? Has it got a lot of text that they cannot cope with it? What about my test? Have I included 5 exercises on the page? What about my test? Is the font big enough? They have to answer. Do I give them lines that are big enough for them to write on? Time. These students need more time. We know it. Ay, pero me tocó el timbre. Bueno, plan for that. If they need more time, think that maybe you have to give them 2 hours. Maybe you have to divide the test into 2 sessions. This is what they need. It's a reality. The brain works like that. The space is very important. Do you remember that there was a time when we used to pin up posters all over the classroom? Nos piden en Macmillan todo el tiempo. ¿No tenés posters para el aula? If you have all this, attention, children within the spectrum, dyslexic children, all the posters are disruptive. We are going back to white walls, unfortunately, but it's like that. ¿Sabes qué? ¿Viste que para el examen tenés que sacar todos los posters? Bueno, ahí te ahorras sacar los posters, te queda todo el aula pelada. But it's like that. We are going back to just 1 or 2 that may help, just that. And organization. We have to teach them to be organized. Don't write after this line, because that's the margin, okay? Stop there or begin there. If I say, take out the workbook, I check, put everything else away. When everybody has put everything away, okay, now take out the workbook, and now I start. Teach them to organize themselves. That is for life, as she said. But if we don't teach them, they get to secondary and they are a mess, okay? So, we start with the practical part. This is in a book for primary one, first grade or second grade, depending when you start teaching reading and writing. This is a typical activity. You will find it in all books. But if we are talking about attention difficulties, they will not be able to do this. They will go crazy. They will get frustrated. If the child is dyslexic, a dyslexic child sees the letters dancing. So imagine that moving. How are they going to find the horse? So there, you need the reading window too. And I get nearer and I help him. I can tell him, go down a little bit, go to the, if I want to, because inclusion means everybody doing the same. Inclusion doesn't mean that she is going to do something special while all the others do the workbook. That is integration. Inclusion is everybody does this exercise, but I help her using the reading window. Okay, that is real inclusion. Those things, nobody asks me when I present a book. We discover when we have the book in the classroom. So up to now, and remember for the raffles, we have mentioned the C's, which were which ones? Creativity, communication, collaboration, critical thinking. I mentioned another one. Curiosity. Okay, good. There are many others. Day. What does day mean? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. And inclusion, which should be our focus. Okay? So now, what time is it? Okay, 7. Before I start with the second part, that is the presentation of the books, let's have a break. Short break? How long? 5 minutes to go to the toilet and come back, get a coffee or something and come back. 5, 7 minutes, not more than that, and we start again. Okay? Go.
Hello, hello. Bien, la mesa con los libros de Macmillan van a estar aquí. La señora Moretti les puede explicar si alguien siente curiosidad por los libros. Y me la voy a llevar a la señora Otolina, que los están esperando los de Canal 7 para una entrevista. ¿Sí? Así que 5 minutitos, van al baño, preguntan los libros y volvemos. Gracias.
este walkthrough que llamamos nosotros el walkthrough de las novedades. En este caso tenemos Curious Kids. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Silence, please. Okay. Curious Kids, we have a new series for primary schools. This is for 5 hours, about 5 hours of English a week. You know that all our books have got a code to access digital material. Curious Kids comes with a workbook, okay, book and workbook. And what about the name? What do you think is going to aim at? Curiosity, creativity, all the C's, okay? All the C's. And something else. Whenever we have a book number 1, the first question is what? Because this is international material. And Houston, we have a problem. What is the problem? Exactly. Is it for first grade? Because in Argentina, our first graders cannot read and write, and they are beginning to learn to read and write, and they learn in block capitals. And this doesn't happen in any other part of the world, okay? So sometimes we can change things, sometimes we don't want to change things. In this case, book number 1 has been adapted to Argentina, and the book and workbook come in block capitals, okay? But we need at least recognition of block capital letters. So here you have all the different parts that you will find. You will find creativity corners, curiosity corners all the time, several times in each lesson. Curiosity, for example, through questions, through pictures, sections that say, go back to page blah, 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 and find something. Or creativity, in this case, they have to imagine and draw what they have on the washing line because they have seen clothes, okay? And then, of course, they share. You will have a lot of watching videos and singing because we believe that when they learn to sing and they play with the body, because when you sing, normally you dance, normally you clap, normally you march. When they put everything, it becomes multisensory work. And when it is multisensory work, they remember things much better. So if I teach them a song, we play and dance, and then that song has taught them grammar. The grammar that I am going to systematize later, but they already know it because they have repeated it, playing with it. So that's the methodology. Of course, you have lovely stories, and there you can see a scarecrow, but normally it's a man. This time it's a woman because of diversity, because of stereotypes, okay? And of course, the icon that we have seen today for inclusion, all the time you're going to see this. This means these are activities that everybody can do, everybody, all right? And a lot of culture for communication and culture for real English, teaching English for the real world. This is what it, for example, what the beginning looks like. You see colorful pictures, but everything is listening and doing. There is no grammar. There is just vocabulary. They have to stick and memorize. But look at the activities. What can you see? Positive. Everybody can say something. House, car, things they know. So that from the very beginning, they say what they remember, they say what they can. And then we start listening and chanting. When they are chanting the words and pointing, I don't know, blouse, and you repeat and touch, blouse, while you march, while you play, they remember the clothes words, okay, the clothes vocabulary. And then stickers for the first 2 levels because they love them. This would be like the second part. This is grammar, but again, they learn it watching a video and singing and imitating the choreography. So then when you explain the grammar, they have already memorized it. And then they end up with pair work, the beginning of collaborative work. And you see how through very simple activities, they grow a lot in the language. The stories are animated, and you will never find the traditional, this is so big that I get lost, okay. You will never find below the story the traditional 5 questions, what, who, never, because that's not the aim. The aim is recognition, sequence, and production with a lot of values, a lot of social and emotional learning. In this case, we are talking about diversity. We all have and should have different friends, friends that are different. And so we make the children reflect. What similarities do your friends have with you, and what are the differences? Yet you are friends, okay? The story is that this lady over there is sad because she has no friends, and all the others have got scarves and everything, and she hasn't got anything. But she begins to discover things in her pocket, a rabbit, and then there is a mouse, and everybody becomes her friend. So in the end, we can all be friends. Very simple, okay, but nice. Apart from all the activities that you have in the students and in the workbook, work on sounds and letters. We don't pay so much attention to this, and we are now paying a lot of attention to this because dyslexic children have got a problem with this. And reading comprehension is very closely related to this. Look at these ladies. They are trying a lot. No, now do it. Come on. The S and the W for so. Okay, good. This is coordination. It looks very simple, but it was not so simple for us, okay? Now, apart from that, the focus on sounds. In Buenos Aires, we have a supermarket that is called Coto. Have you heard of Coto? Okay. If I go to Coto every Saturday, and I have a baby, 2 years old, let's say, there will come a moment when my boy sees the sign and says, Mommy, dice Coto. 2 years, 3 years old. Is that reading? Yes, no, yes. It's what we call visual reading, associating an image with a sound. What is complex is not that. It's the second part of the process of reading and writing that is called the phonemic part, or phonetic root. That part is a combination of sounds and letters. Sounds and letters, or graphemes and phonemes. That is the part that dyslexic people have affected. That is the part that in the brain doesn't work for them. This is why it is very important to show them and play with the hands and with the body how letters are formed, how letters sound, and where they can find them. This is called phonemic awareness, okay? And it's a very important part, and it's done through games. Everybody should pay attention to phonemic awareness because it's going to help not only dyslexic learners, but everybody else. So, for example, you can say different words, and they have to tell you if they begin with the same sound. You can write the words and play with the writing and the sounding of the word. But when you do this, or for example, dog, duck, do they rhyme? And you can just say yes, or you can play. Like, do they rhyme? Yes, they do. Do they rhyme? No, they don't. When it becomes physical and chanting, they remember it, and they love it. And here, you are working at the brain level. And something very simple, but you can even do this at secondary school, of course, with more complexity. This is clearly more complex. Pictures, they have to remember the word and identify not just the initial sound, but you have girl, bird, T-shirt, the same sound, and lion, which is the odd one out. This is very difficult. It's phonemic awareness, it's vocabulary recognition, it's critical thinking. Of course, you have a lot of culture, Cleo, and stories that grow in complexity as we move up in the series. In this case, there is a lady. They are traveling by train, and there you can see a lady and a man with an umbrella. Their briefcases are similar. but the lady is a thief. And they make a mistake. So the lady, by mistake, takes the man's briefcase. So when the man opens the briefcase, he sees all jewels and valuable things. He doesn't know what to do. What should he do? Decision making. He decides to contact the lady and to contact the police. They arrange a meeting and the lady is caught. This is to focus on making decisions and values, of course. And of course, again, vocabulary and clear with a lot of information. Creativity corner with jokes, with rhymes, with a lot of very interesting things. The revisions are game-like revisions, so that they always have a positive feeling, a sense of achievement, and then they can go on. This is a very positive book. This has got all the C's, and again you can see here at the bottom, think of one more question for the inclusivity icon. So, in Curious Kids, we have a series, 6 levels for primary, 5 hours of English a week, book and workbook plus digital, real English. This is English for communication, with videos, with imitations, with choreographies, a lot of expansion, exploitation, different opportunities for all learning styles. And projects, 1 project per unit. The project always includes making something, creating something, producing something individually or in pairs, then writing, you have a lot of production, and then sharing. And you have all the stages there. The ending is sharing, so that everybody evaluates. Was it good? What did you like? How did they present it? Because speaking in public, being able to stand up and defend your paper is for life. And we have to train them from primary, okay? So, again, the project is essential, especially at the end of a unit, for creativity, for self-awareness. This is the best opportunity for assessment, people. These children with difficulties, children today don't want traditional exams. This is the best opportunity for formative assessment. And here you have celebration, communication, peer assessment, everything you want. Okay? We move on to another series that I love, and it's Hop into English. Hop into English was a very good series, and now we have the 2nd edition. When we produce a 2nd edition, always we meet teachers from all over the country, and we make like a set of questions. So what you see in the 2nd edition is always what teachers told us they needed. We change what most teachers say that needs to be changed. Here we have the first levels, A, B, 1, and 2, that are coming out now. The first are already available, and these that are coming out next year, so you will have them for 2025, okay? This is for 3 hours, and important, it was produced in Argentina. So 1, the price is different. 2nd, it follows the national curriculum. It was adapted and created by teachers in Argentina, teachers who are teaching, like you, okay? So they know what our classrooms are like. And we have in 1 book, the students, the workbook, stories, and the code for digital material. So 4 things for the price of 1. And that is a very important thing today. Because it follows our reality, book A has got very little written there and in block capitals. The methodology here is different because we present an interesting number of words on the very first page, and these words are going to be revisited throughout. All the unit, you are going to revise them, so that the one who is good is going to learn them. But then because they appear in different ways with photos, in a game, in a song, in a video, everybody will be engaged, but everybody will learn all these words, okay? Again, As you can see, the page is funny. It's not boring, it's not crammed, it's got very few activities because you have a lot of oral work in the teachers. There's tracing to help their motor skills, and very simple stories. The activity is also full color, a picture dictionary at the back, and stories. This is a story to revise every 2 units what they have seen. The story comes with an audio, and I will show you. I will play the audio. Let's see if I can.
Reading Buddy, Units 1 and 2, pages 74 to 77. Blue's Birthday.
Every time we change the frame, you will hear beep, 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 and it means you go to the next frame.
This is Paint Splodge School. Mr. White is the teacher, and look, there are 10 students. Their names are purple, green, pink, orange, red, blue, grey, brown, yellow, and black. Hello, class. How are you?
We're great. And you?
I'm good. Let's start. Are you ready?
Yes, we are. Can you lend me a pencil, please? Here. Thank you. Uh-oh. Can you lend me a rubber, please?
Here.
Thank you.
Goodbye, class. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Mr. White. Here, Mr. White.
Okay, it is Blue's birthday, so in the end they decide to give him a present, and the present is a pencil case with everything he needs. This is the vocabulary they have seen in the format of a story. Stories are very important because they show them not only the integration of language, but also sequencing. This is the beginning of writing. This is the beginning of the development of ideas. This is the beginning of paragraphing, okay? So stories are very, very important. Well, this is the ending where they celebrate Blue's birthday and they give him a present. The stories come with activities based on diversity and inclusion. Everybody will be able to do these activities because they are simple. And so this becomes another instance, another opportunity for those who couldn't learn the colors, school objects. Now they learn this in another way. I told you that we present a lot of material, a lot of vocabulary at the beginning. Let's listen how.
Unit 3, page 20, Activity 1. Ham, cheese, bread, tomatoes, eggs, bananas.
What I do with my body, you have to do it, okay?
Unit 3, page 20. Activity 1. Ham, cheese, bread, tomatoes, eggs, bananas, apples, pears. Ham,
Okay, and you
cheese,
may sit down, thank you.
bread,
And when
tomato.
the idea is, first of all, you have fun. If you are laughing, imagine your students, okay? But apart from that, it becomes a brain break, and also the brain works differently. The brain remembers more when all the body is working together because it becomes multisensorial. Okay, I have to change my glasses. Here we go. So, again, this series grows with the levels. The first one was A. In B, they know how to read and write, or do they? So what we have decided is that the first part of level B also goes in block capitals, and the second part all letters together, no problem. But the system is, the methodology is the same. Presentation of all the words together, but then we revisit all the words all the time with photos, with songs, with videos, with games, in stories. The workbook is full color. Again, this question of real English, real pictures all the time, avoiding frustration, lovely stories. This is about a race where animals take part, and it's really great. And in the end, it's a race where goats and donkeys are there, and in the end, the goats win, and the donkeys have to congratulate them. Okay? But look at the activities. They are colorful, they are simple. They are to encourage, I would say, positive thinking, a positive framework for the language. And this is level 1, where again we have a clearer grammar orientation, but the grammar is there and they don't realize they are working on grammar because it's great fun. Okay, clear, real English, real world. This here means thinking critically about the world, this question of global citizenship, even when we are talking about a public school or a school with 3 hours of English a week. So hop into English second edition for 3 hours a week, okay? And workbook and everything included. Now, this is a completely new series. It's not for public schools. This is for 7 hours of English a week. It's 6 levels too. This is international, and this level 1 has got all letters, okay? It's not for people who, or children who cannot read and write. It's children who can already read and write. Why? The name Learning Lands in the plural means the lands represent the areas that we have mentioned today. It's the land of communication, the land of collaboration, diversity, multiliteracies, okay, stories, but also information literacy, visual literacy, digital literacy, and also international exams, because this series is for international exams, getting to B1 in level 6, okay? So it goes really fast. I love the series because I think it's the perfect combination of all the new thing with more traditional things. There is a presentation of vocabulary that comes in a context, in a story. Every story begins with a setting where there is a button. Can you find a button? It's blue. Can you find it? It's on the door. No, it's green, over there, above number 4. Okay? There's a button in every story. And of course, the children are going to press the button. And the button opens the door to magic. Something is going to happen. Robots are going to appear. If something is broken, the button can repair that. Well, it's fantastic because a lot of things happen thanks to the different buttons throughout the stories. Again, they learn and memorize through chants and songs. And then comes the moment when we have to use the vocabulary we learned to teach grammar. We know that even if it is a bilingual school or a school with a lot of English, they don't study because they are at school all day. So for the following lesson, they don't need to remember everything that happened in the story. They have a very short text that goes on with the same context, and that text, that very short text, presents the grammar. In this case, I've got very simple. They are talking about making up, okay, to pretend to be animals. So I've got yellow feet, I haven't got, and then stickers, and again, the icon for inclusivity and pair work all the time for communication. Stories all the time. In this book, you have a lot of stories, a lot of them with values. The stories are animated and they are fabulous. In this case, first the lion is sleepy, so he doesn't pay attention that he has caught the mouse's tail. So the mouse asks, "Mr. Lion, please." And the lion says, "Well, okay, I'm sleepy, so I will let you go." But then one day the lion is caught in a net. And so he remembers the mouse. And the lion says, "Mr. Mouse, can you now help me?" And the mouse says, "Well, you helped me once, so now I'm going to help you." And they become friends. Again, friendship, values. Again, you will never have the typical 5 questions. You have a lot of critical thinking material here and in the workbook. And you can see here social and emotional learning with every story. Feelings. How did the mouse feel? How did the elephant feel? So that they don't say, "no dice." Okay, it's not in the story. They have to think how perhaps the lion felt. Even if they don't know simple past, in this type of school, you can play with English a bit more. Then something very interesting that reflects the methodology and the spirit of the series. We have taught I have. Next comes he and she and it, has, hasn't. But how do they learn it? Through a song, a video, where they have to sing and imitate the choreography. They will sing, they will dance, they will be repeating, "He hasn't got blonde hair." So when the following day you want to explain the grammar, they have already learned it. So everything is smooth, everything is fun, everything is communicative and productive. Here we have projects every 3 units, not 1 project per unit, okay? Because there's a lot of work, but the projects are not to be done individually. They are to be done collaboratively. I could have my favorite flower, my favorite color, my favorite program, but they want me to work with 4 students and negotiate. No, si yo digo que my favorite color is blue, bueno, pero ella dice yellow, well, ¿cuál ponemos? They have to negotiate and present the favorite flower, okay? Well, a lot of pair work, and this, I think you know, I think it's a really great series that develops a lot of critical thinking. I love the series, I use all the levels, but I love this unit in particular. Can you look at that over there? Letter I. What do you think it is? We are talking about the past. We are teaching the simple past in a text about the Aztecs. That is chewing gum. Did you know that the Aztecs had chewing gum? Did you know that the Aztecs had popcorn? Did you know that the Aztecs created aqueducts and they created floating gardens? Well, I didn't know all that. I learned only at school that the Aztecs lived in Mexico, okay? I learned all this in the unit. And to teach them this, they have the real objects of what we can see today to make an association. And then they have to watch a video, because what happens to me, and this I found it very useful, my students, when I say, well, think about the people during the revolution on the 25th of May, 1810, okay? What did they do? What didn't? No idea, because they cannot go back in time. They ask me, ¿no tenían celular, no? Y no. They have no idea. So this video is fantastic, and this series has got 3 videos per unit. This is a reality show in England, where they take a family to live as people lived in 1927, without electricity, without anything, without cars. So it's great, because your students will get a clearer picture what the past was like, so that then they go to the text about the Aztecs, okay? And you have excellent work on language, and 1 project per unit. The projects are really great, very, very creative, and they are to be done collaboratively. So all these series really represent our philosophy at Macmillan. This is what we have been talking about today. I think that if we want to go towards a better world, and we all want a better world, we teachers have got the key. Each of us, we have got a key. We all have got a key. And if we all work together, we will have hundreds of keys. So let's open those doors. Here you have the main concepts that we have dealt with today, and some strategies that really work better than others. We have to try and implement more formative assessment, more oral work, more project work. Let's gradually start forgetting about the traditional grammar test with 20 exercises, vocabulary. I mean, it doesn't lead anywhere, not anymore. More oral work, more collaborative work. Assess participation, attitude, creativity. Make sure that your students have got the necessary conditions. If they need more opportunities, if they need a special place, if they need your contact, if they need a reading window, if they need a tablet, offer them what they need. If not, they will not learn, okay? Be flexible. Anticipate there, should not be stressed, okay? But it was automatic. To anticipate is a very interesting concept that I didn't mention. When you have a student with difficulty, and you can do this with everybody, I give them the text. I don't give them the questions that I'm going to use tomorrow, but I give them the text. If they can read the text at home, if they have a text-to-speech application that reads that in English, they are going to have more time, they are going to feel more comfortable, they are going to remember the text. So the following day, I use the questions, the activities, and I do this even with tests. I give my students the texts in advance because it helps them. And I don't see anything wrong there, okay? Yes, of course, if you are going to prepare your students for an international exam, you have to use both things, anticipation and no anticipation. Anticipation to help them, no anticipation to prepare them for the exam, okay? And technology, always. So now, you have worked nicely. You have danced with me. So now, I have a lot of raffles, okay? But the one who answers is going to get a present. I've got 14 raffles, a lot, but you have to answer. Here, tell me 2 things that you have, don't say anything, raise your hand. Tell me 2 things that you have learned today. Yes. Brain breaks and mindfulness. Okay, good. So she gets book and workbook. Gateway to the world. That's fantastic. Good. And you participated a lot, so you deserve it. Thank you so much. Another one, Learning Lands, the new one. Learning Lands 1 for 2nd grade or 1st. And the question is, can you tell me the name of our new series for primary that is ideal for 3 hours a week? Not Learning Lands, that was for more. 3 hours for public school, religious institutions, yes. Right, hop into English, second edition. Very good. And you get Learning Lands. Thank you. Another Learning Lands, but we are going up. Learning Lands 3, difficult. How can we help students with phonemic awareness? Give me an example of an activity. Okay, working with your hands, another one. Yes, say it. What were you doing there? Clapping, okay, to separate words into syllables. Does it rhyme? Yes, it does. Do they begin with the same sound? Do they finish with the same sound? Good. So this is for you, and we're going to have another one for her over there. No, we have to. Oh, global readings. This is absolutely great for bilingual schools. It's got a fiction text and a non-fiction text, too, with a lot of activities per unit. Another question. What 2 characteristics do you remember about curious kids? Curious kids. 2 characteristics. Who remembers? The one I presented about the scarecrow. Nobody? Yes. Diversity. Good. And creativity. Fantastic. And you get Bebop and Friends, which is for kinder, but it's for kinder and maybe used in first also. It has a lot of material, beautiful pictures, and the digital code inside. Another one. Who can mention here? I want a lot of answers. Who can mention 3 C's over there? Very good. Okay. Yes? And somebody else? Who else had the hands up here? Yes. Good. Another one here. Oh, share it. Share it is fantastic also for 5 hours of English a week. Very good. Another question. Mention one thing that you have enjoyed. No dice. This is personal. Yes. The brain breaks. Okay, so you are taking my English trip. This is for primary. This is for 3 hours a week or 4. With a reader based on social and emotional learning. And somebody else had the hand up here. Hi. Well, one more. The same? Anything different about something that you like apart from that? There? That's what she said. Something different? Good, okay. She's the winner again. Good, global readings. Good. We have to go quickly. What series begins with, I don't know if you saw this, with a what do you think question? Yes. Get involved. Okay, good. You are taking everything. Good. Oh, so sorry. Easy. Yes. Right, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Okay, well, okay. We are finishing. 2 more. 2 tips to pay attention to cater for inclusion for children with difficulties. 2 tips. Yes. Yes. Good. Very good. Thank you. Okay, here I will have 2 answers. Something from today that you will not forget. Yes. Good. Over there. Okay, good people. So, just these things. Inclusion is intentional. It is about identifying and removing barriers so that everybody can participate, okay? Everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, then the fish will think he's stupid. Don't make our students stupid. Fair isn't everybody getting the same thing. Fair is getting what they need in order to be successful. We have to help them discover what they need. Okay? Thank you very much. That's my email address if you need anything. Thank you.
Directora del área de letras del Fondo Nacional de las Artes. Bueno, el fondo tiene una presidenta, que es Diana Zayeg, y un directorio que está compuesto por un representante por disciplina artística. En mi caso, bueno, yo represento al área de letras, pero todo el directorio, digamos que tomamos decisiones conjuntas, así que... y bueno, yo estaba acá con motivo de que quiero agradecer también, ante todo, a la Subsecretaría de Cultura de aquí de Santiago, a Juan Anselmo Leguizamón y a Marta, que se ocupó de todas las cosas logísticas, que me invitaron a presentar un libro mío que se llama Biblioteca Feminista, que se va a presentar hoy a las 9 de la noche. Y bueno, aprovechando esto, un poco en representación del fondo, se nos ocurrió entre la Subsecretaría y el Fondo Nacional de las Artes que era una buena oportunidad también para venir acá a charlar un poco con las personas que recibieron apoyos del fondo, porque bueno, a veces nos pasa que no tenemos tanto feedback, ida y vuelta, sabemos que se entregan informes y eso, pero no es lo mismo que hablar directamente. Y también para quienes tengan dudas, consultas, bueno, sugerencias, todo es bienvenido. Eso, así que la idea de este encuentro no es tanto que yo haga una gran exposición, sino más bien que conversemos, que sé que ustedes son seguramente de distintas disciplinas, porque invitamos obviamente no solo a las personas de letras, sino les mandamos mail por ejemplo, a personas que habían recibido becas para otras disciplinas. Entonces también, bueno, sería lindo escuchar qué han estado haciendo con esos proyectos. Bueno, después, como saben, así en términos generales, el fondo tiene 4 líneas de apoyos, ¿no? Una que son justamente las becas. Las becas se dividen en las becas creación y las becas formación, ¿no? Las becas formación son ya sea para cursar alguna cosa, capacitarse, o para capacitar, ¿no? Para dar, por ejemplo, un taller gratuito en determinado lugar, ¿no? Y las creación tienen varias líneas. Una es compra de materiales, otra es el desarrollo de un proyecto y otra es finalización de obra. No sé, por ejemplo, finalización de obra en letras nos pasaba mucho que recibían de repente una beca para desarrollo de proyecto y, no sé, no llegaban a corregir el texto, supongamos. Finalización de obra puede ser esa instancia como final, ¿no? de un trabajo. Después, bueno, están los concursos. Cada disciplina organiza una vez por año los concursos de su área. Están el concurso de música, el concurso de artesanías, el concurso de diseño, el concurso de arquitectura, el concurso de artes visuales, de dramaturgia, de guión. Bueno, yo organizo el de letras, que tiene 5 categorías, que son novela, cuento, poesía, ensayo y novela gráfica. Y también en el área de letras, este año hemos lanzado un concurso para editoriales independientes de todo el país, ya sea para publicar algún libro que tienen en carpeta o para reeditar algún libro que ya publicaron. Y también, además del de editoriales independientes, ese se llama Programa de Apoyo Federal para Editoriales Independientes, y también ahora por primera vez lanzamos uno de literatura para literatura infantil y juvenil, también para editoriales. Un monto de 500.000 pesos por premio, se van a dar 7 premios. Y bueno, también pensando un poco que sabemos que este año ha sido un año duro para las editoriales por la inflación y el aumento del precio del papel, y especialmente en nuestro país hay un monopolio y mucha especulación con el tema del papel, lo cual perjudica mucho a todos estos emprendimientos, ¿no? de pequeñas y medianas editoriales. Así que bueno, por eso se abrieron también estos dos concursos que ahora en noviembre se van a dar los ganadores. Aparte de lo que es como becas y concursos, el fondo tiene otras 2 líneas, que en general la ventanilla de esas líneas está abierta todo el año, que es los préstamos y los subsidios, ¿no? La diferencia de los subsidios es que, la particularidad, digamos, de los subsidios es que solo lo pueden presentar entidades que tengan como una personería, ¿no? Organizaciones de la sociedad civil, lo que es subsidios, ¿no? Por ejemplo, recibimos mucho, ahí está Juan Anselmo, justo te había agradecido hace unos minutos, Juan, ¿qué tal? El subsecretario. Les decía, los subsidios, por ejemplo, nosotros recibimos mucho pedido de bibliotecas populares, de centros culturales. Hay 2 líneas, ¿no?, de los subsidios. Una es para desarrollo de proyectos, por ejemplo, no sé, la Feria de Editoriales Independientes que se hace en Buenos Aires, la Feria de Editores, la FED, por ejemplo, se presentó, recibió un apoyo, eso puede ser, por ejemplo, un proyecto. Y después otra línea que es mejora de espacios, ¿no? Eso, por ejemplo, un centro cultural que necesita, no sé, hacer un baño, ¿no?, remodelar algo o comprar equipamiento, por ejemplo, necesita una biblioteca popular, computadoras, bueno, entonces son como esas 2 líneas, mejora de espacio y equipamiento, y la otra algún proyecto específico que quieran financiar, ¿no? Y después lo que es préstamos, a veces la gente no le presta atención porque dice, bueno, lo tengo que devolver, qué sé yo, pero en realidad la verdad es que los préstamos son casi un poco como subsidios porque la tasa está subsidiada, es una tasa del 10% anual, que imagínense que no existe ningún banco, un préstamo que te preste al 10% con una inflación del 140% anual, así que en realidad son muy convenientes porque se pueden devolver en 5 años, entonces lo que vos pediste queda dividido en 5 años con una tasa tan ínfima que se va haciendo cada vez menos lo que te representa, ¿no?, mensualmente devolverlo. O sea que es una línea también muy conveniente, y lo que tiene es que, a diferencia de los subsidios, que como les decía, solo se pueden presentar con alguna entidad, una asociación de la sociedad civil, los préstamos son también para personas individuales. Por ejemplo, nosotros recibimos pedidos de préstamos de músicos que, no sé, necesitan un instrumento musical caro para su disciplina porque, por ejemplo, viven de dar clases de su instrumento y necesitan renovarlo, bueno, pueden pedir un préstamo para eso. ¿Qué más? Bueno, alguna publicación, en fin, distintos, ¿no? Algún proyecto que demanda una inversión de capital específica. Recibimos como en todas las disciplinas que compone el fondo, se pueden presentar a esa línea, ¿no? Así que, como les decía, lo que es concursos, ¿no?, y becas es una vez al año, ¿no? Becas se llama a todas las disciplinas al mismo tiempo cuando se lanzan. En general es en la primera parte del año y para la mitad de año se anuncian. Entonces son becas formación y becas creación. 3 líneas adentro de creación y 2 líneas adentro de formación, que son o dar cursos o tomar cursos, digamos, ¿no? Y después los concursos esos se lanzan por separado. Cada disciplina lanza su concurso en un momento del año, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en mi caso, letras, se suele lanzar en julio, a mitad de año, ¿no? Y se anuncia hacia estos meses, porque bueno, también es un concurso que lleva mucho tiempo procesarlo, porque son 5 categorías y se presentan, en los últimos años se han presentado más de 2.000 obras, entre 2.000 y 3.000 obras, y bueno, y algunas de esas obras, imagínense que no es lo mismo, no sé, evaluar por ejemplo, una beca, que es un proyecto de 10 líneas, en este caso hay que leer novelas enteras, entonces para lo que es el jurado de preselección, y el jurado lleva mucho tiempo leer todas esas obras. Entonces sí, lleva unos meses, es un concurso que tarda unos meses en procesarse. Y entonces eso es lo que es concursos, y después préstamos y subsidios. La ventanilla está siempre abierta, o sea, tienen que entrar a la página del fondo. Siempre conviene, cuando está abierta, presentarse, porque lo que sucede es que cuando se terminan las partidas habilitadas, una partida se acabó, se cierra la ventanilla hasta que vuelva a entrar otra partida de dinero, ¿no? Entonces, cuando la ven abierta, preséntense, porque a veces pasa que después, bueno, se cierra y hay que esperar de repente un mes a que vuelva a abrir, ¿no? Pero digo, esas no tienen una fecha específica de llamado, ¿no? Después, ¿qué más? Después estuvimos, como les decía, hicimos estos 2 concursos que son específicos para editoriales. Ahí tengan en cuenta que, por ejemplo, un autor puede hacer la presentación en colaboración con una editorial, ¿no? O sea, porque si bien se presenta la editorial, presenta un proyecto, ¿no? El libro de tal. Entonces, no sé, si vos le llevaste una editorial y te dijo, bueno, me encantaría publicártelo, pero ahora no tengo la plata, o aumentaron mucho los precios del papel, etcétera, y está ahí el proyecto en carpeta, de repente el autor le puede decir al editor, bueno, presentémoslo, y con ese apoyo llegamos a publicarlo. Y lo mismo el de literatura infantil y juvenil. También, si bien se presenta la editorial, el proyecto, por supuesto que tiene que haber una descripción del proyecto, quién es el autor, el dibujante, ¿no? O sea que, digamos que son concursos que benefician a ambas partes, a la editorial, pero también a los autores, ¿no? Y después hemos estado haciendo algunas cosas en conjunto con otros organismos del Estado, como ser la Biblioteca Nacional, por ejemplo, unas becas que son para la formación profesional de bibliotecarios, que son para hacer una pasantía, digamos, en algún área. Personas que se dedican a la bibliotecología quieren hacer una pasantía de un mes en la Biblioteca Nacional, supongamos en el área conservación, ¿no? Entonces el fondo y la biblioteca estaban ofreciendo estas becas. Bueno, eso es un poco así en términos generales. Como saben también, el fondo tiene un método de financiamiento que tiene que ver con una ley. Digamos, el fondo se creó a mitad del siglo pasado, del siglo XX, ¿no? Con la idea de que fuera un fondo que administrara lo que se llama el dominio público pagante. ¿Qué es el dominio público pagante? Es que, según la ley, digamos, de propiedad intelectual en Argentina, cuando un autora fallece, los herederos tienen por 70 años los derechos, ¿no? Pero pasados esos 70 años, la obra cae en dominio público. Entonces, sin embargo, si al usar estas obras, ¿no?, hay un pequeño porcentaje que se paga justamente por dominio público pagante al Estado, y con ese dinero se hace un fondo que la idea es que justamente, digamos, los artistas del pasado, de alguna manera, contribuyen a los proyectos del presente, ¿no? Con ese fondo es siempre toda una lucha. Esta recaudación no es, a veces se cree que todo esto fluye, pero no es tan así, porque, digamos, el fondo recauda eso de 2 maneras. O voluntariamente, por ejemplo, yo tengo una editorial y voy a, no sé, publicar no importa, un autor que está en dominio público, voluntariamente puedo llenar un formulario, ¿no?, y pagar lo correspondiente, ¿no?, que es como un 1% por ejemplar, etcétera. O, digamos, el fondo recauda a través de una mandataria, que son, por ejemplo, SADAIC, ¿no? Son como los organismos que fiscalizan, no sé, eso, las canciones que se usan en la radio y cobran. Entonces, a través de SADAIC, el fondo recibe algo por ese. Y después, bueno, siempre puede haber también apoyos de parte del Ministerio de Cultura. Por ejemplo, cuando fue la pandemia, hubo una partida extra aportada por el Ministerio de Cultura para dar lo que se llamó en ese momento las becas Sostener, porque bueno, la lectura que se hacía era que, por ejemplo, había sectores muy afectados, como por ejemplo quienes vivían de las artesanías, ¿no? Entonces, el fondo, bueno, tiene un cierto prestigio porque siempre ha sido un organismo bastante eficiente, que ha atravesado las distintas gestiones, digamos, sin mucho, comparado con otros organismos del Estado, digamos, manteniendo siempre más o menos sus mismas líneas y digamos, administrando con eficiencia. Entonces, sí, el Ministerio, digamos, le dio una partida de dinero al fondo para que saliera justamente a sostener a todo un sector de artistas que estaban muy golpeados y golpeadas por digamos, la pandemia, ¿no? Y la imposibilidad de trabajar. Así que, bueno, eso, un poco contarles eso y decirles que me gustaría en realidad escuchar que me cuenten ustedes que, bueno, qué relación han tenido con el fondo, qué han recibido, qué han hecho, o qué piensan que se podría mejorar. Sí.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Salvador. Soy de una editorial de aquí de Santiago que se llama Piedra Madre. Y mi pregunta es desde la ignorancia, a mí me gustaría que, porque el contacto que yo he tenido, o el poco contacto que he tenido con el Fondo Nacional de las Artes mediante el Internet, el uso del Internet, es como que es muy loca la idea, o no sé, como que vos tengas un espacio en cada provincia para que te puedas asesorar en cuanto a por ejemplo, lo que vos estás contando. ¿Entiendes? Porque hay mucha gente que ni siquiera por ahí sabe hacer los trámites y es como que por ahí yo he conocido por la gente que ya tiene alguna cercanía con el Fondo Nacional. O sea, va más por ese lado, o sea, como uno que no tiene tanta contacto puede llegar con otra facilidad, digamos, a toda esta información. Bueno, eso es.
Claro, muchas gracias. Sí, bueno, no, somos conscientes de eso y por eso también, bueno, la verdad es que el fondo tiene un historial bastante poco federal, ¿no? En el pasado, en el sentido de que justamente cuando las presentaciones no podían ser por internet, obviamente quien corre con ventaja, el que puede llevar la carpeta porque le queda a 15 cuadras de su casa. Yo misma, digamos que he sido beneficiaria del fondo, que yo hace 20 años, me acuerdo de llevar ahí a la calle Alsina mi postulación, ¿no? Y obviamente no es lo mismo eso, tomarte un colectivo y llevarlo que tener que pagar todo un correo, ¿no? Hacer llegar las cosas. La verdad es que desde que todo se hizo virtual y las presentaciones, fíjense que hasta los concursos de letras, aunque es a veces quizá para quienes son jurados es un plomo porque tienen que leer todo digital, ¿no? Pero bueno, eso permitió democratizar y federalizar un montón que bueno, cualquiera desde cualquier lado se puede presentar. Sabemos sí que a veces eso, la información, ¿no? No llega por igual a todas partes y por eso, por ejemplo, se empezaron a hacer, hay unos Zoom, los chicos que trabajan en becas hacen un Zoom, por ejemplo, como explicativo, ¿no? Lo publicitan en redes, como si querés sumarte, tenés dudas, cómo presentarte, qué sé yo, se hacen ese tipo de reuniones que antes no se hacían. También hay una intención, bueno, la presidenta del fondo, Diana Sayeg, por ejemplo, el año pasado siguió todo un programa del Ministerio de Cultura que se llamaba Cultura Federal, que se iba viajando a las distintas, sé que estuvo aquí, de hecho, en Santiago, De hecho, le dimos uno de los premios Trayectoria a Froilán, porque ella quedó fascinada cuando vino, porque había estado en el patio de Froilán, y me dijo, bueno, le tenemos que dar en patrimonio, dijo en una reunión de directorio a Froilán, que es así que nada, como digamos, hay realmente como un intento de eso, pero sí, coincido con vos en que es verdad que a veces la información, también, bueno, se intentó dar más presencia al fondo en redes, en Instagram, digamos que se abrió un Instagram del fondo que no tenía, porque entendemos que también son canales por los que circula gente de todos lados y que a lo mejor eso, el quien no tiene presente que el fondo existe o en qué mes son los llamados, de repente, bueno, si lo seguís en las redes, te enterás, ¿no? Bueno, se van haciendo cosas, pero sí, entiendo lo que decís. Sé también que acá, en particular en Santiago, han trabajado un poco, o al menos así me dijo Juan Anselmo Leguizamón cuando él estaba director de Cultura, como capacitando para hacer las presentaciones al fondo. O sea, me parece también que en la medida que estos organismos podamos tener relaciones fluidas con las direcciones de cultura, las subsecretarías de cultura de las distintas localidades, también se allana más todo. Así que bueno, un poco es. Sí.
Hola. Hola, hola. Sí, mi nombre es Ricardo Piña, pertenezco a La Juana Cartonera, que es una editorial artesanal de Salta. Lo que haces vos de bajar a la gente y explicar esto es fundamental. ¿Por qué? Porque hay mucha burocracia en todo este tema. Y esto debilita la comunicación entre la gente común, el laburante, el poeta, el escritor, el dibujante, lo debilita con la autoridad. Y uno termina siempre pensando que, ¿por qué tanto presupuesto de cultura? ¿A dónde irá? ¿No? Y es, qué sé yo, no sé. Yo fui beneficiario de una beca en el 19, después vino la pandemia. Pero una beca que funcionó perfecta. O sea, éramos un equipo de trabajo. Presenté una beca yo y una beca de formación, no, ¿cómo es la otra?
De creación.
Creación. Y otra beca la presentó mi ex mujer y una poeta de Buenos Aires, que en ese momento estamos en un proyecto de hacer un libro, acá va la más linda, un libro de poesía wichí, español wichí y wichí español. La hicimos. Gané una beca yo y gané una beca mis compañeras. La hicimos. Pero se hicieron los libros, se elaboró como perro, porque no cabe otro calificativo. Vos te entendés. Y los libros circularon hasta ahí, porque ¿quién compra un libro wichí español de poesía? Una esa, y aparte el libro estaba hecho con cartón. Cartón que usamos con Gastón en La Juana. La Juana como una discípula de Eloísa Cartonera. Vos sabés lo que es. Eloísa Cartonera fue la primera a nivel mundial, pero bueno, quiero decir eso, está bueno que vos bajes y expliques, bajes de allá de esa gente, de ese montón de gente linda, ¿cómo? Centralista. Claro, hablamos de federación, pero bueno, vos inclusive diste ejemplos de que es más fácil tomarse un bondi, llevar la carpeta. Eso es lo que yo digo. Vos bajás a la gente, explicás y la parte más burocrática deja de existir, ¿entendés?
Claro.
Está bueno eso.
Qué bueno, gracias Ricardo. Sí, yo reconozco tu editorial. No, bueno, eso también, o sea, la verdad es que quienes conformamos el directorio del fondo, como les decía, somos un representante por disciplina. Yo no vivo o sea, tengo otro trabajo, digamos, estoy ahí porque me gusta, porque desde muy chica, desde los 20 años, tengo 46, así que hace muchos años que estoy en el medio, digamos, conozco el medio y estoy ahí porque siempre me gustó. Tuve editorial también, tuve una editorial independiente que se llamaba Tantalia, no sé, entre, digamos, el 2001 y el 2011, por ahí. Conozco los problemas, digamos, del medio, conozco también muchas personas que trabajan haciendo distintas cosas y realmente quienes estamos ahí, por ejemplo, no sé, en música está Lidia Borda, quiero decir, quienes están ahí representando a su disciplina lo hacen porque quieren aportar algo a sus colegas, o sea, no es por, digamos, como les digo, no es por otra cosa. Entonces me parece también importante que eso se sepa y que intentamos representar a todo el mundo, ¿no? Y por supuesto sabemos, o yo sé, que obviamente a veces el conocimiento que uno tiene de lo que sucede en cada provincia o en cada región es mucho menor que el que tiene de lo que sucede en Buenos Aires, por la lógica razón de que vive ahí. Y entonces también estos viajes, a mí me ha pasado, qué sé yo, que me inviten más como escritora, no sé, por ejemplo, el año pasado a la Feria de Villa María, ¿no? Y entonces enterarme que había un montón de editoriales, que yo decía, no puedo creer las editoriales que hay, y no las conocía, y por ahí te lleva a un local y te muestra y te dice, mirá lo que editaron esta, no sé, Edith Vera, que por ejemplo me acuerdo ahora que editó Caballo Negro, es una autora para nosotros súper importante, ¿no? Y ahí te enterás, ¿no? También de un montón de tradiciones y de escritores y escritoras que quizá son desconocidos, ¿no? Y está buenísimo poder difundir, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, eso nosotros tratamos de, o por lo menos, no sé, yo desde que estoy ahí un poco como a quienes son jurados, porque eso también quiero decir, o sea, la verdad es que el fondo, digamos, es un organismo muy transparente. Uno, como director de la disciplina, invita a determinadas personas a ser jurados de las becas o de los concursos. En el caso de los concursos, además de los jurados, están todas las personas que trabajan como jurados de preselección, porque imagínense que, como les decía, llegan más de 2.000 obras, los jurados son 3 por disciplina, no pueden leer las 300 que llegaron a su categoría, entonces a los jurados les van a llegar de repente 30 obras que son las que quedaron seleccionadas, pero esa preselección, o sea, por ejemplo, para que se den una idea, no sé, yo este año contraté, llamé a trabajar 50 personas, entre 50 y 60 personas de preselección. Esas personas también son escritoras y escritoras del medio, que yo respeto, considero buenas lectores o críticos y críticas, y digamos, y después yo no sé qué, o sea, no estoy en el detalle de las obras, o sea que confío en el criterio de las personas que invité, ¿no? Tanto como a ser jurados de preselección como a ser jurados. Y así es en todas las disciplinas, y digo, y en ese sentido es muy transparente porque además cada año los jurados cambian, ¿no? O sea, son distintas personas, entonces, y por ejemplo en becas, también yo empecé a llamar a personas de distintas provincias a ser jurados de becas, porque justamente pensando esto, que a lo mejor conocen más, porque bueno, sabemos que los concursos son con seudónimo, ¿no? Entonces cuando vos lees la obra, en realidad no sabes ni de quién es, ni de qué provincia vino esa obra, lo único que lees es el texto, ¿no? Eso en los concursos. Ahora en becas es alguien con nombre y apellido, desde un lugar, con un proyecto, e inclusive en becas de formación a nosotros nos importa mucho que, por ejemplo, si vas a dar un curso, bueno, ¿dónde lo vas a dar? ¿A qué comunidad estás tratando de activar? ¿No? ¿En dónde? Entonces, ahí sí importa mucho el lugar, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, qué sé yo, este año, por ejemplo, estuvo Martín Cristal, que es de Córdoba, como jurado, ¿cómo se llama? Ivana Romero, que es de Rosario. Bueno, vamos invitando distintas personas que entendemos, o al menos mi intención con eso es decir, bueno, de repente conocen más ese universo, ¿no? Para seleccionar los proyectos, y mi idea es que esa intención como más federalista se refleje también en los nombres, ¿no? de jurados y juradas, ¿no? Así que, bueno, eso, ¿no?
Hola, soy Alejandro Carrizo de Editorial Cuaderno del Duende, Jujuy. 3 preguntitas precisas.
Bien.
Uno, ¿cuánto demoraría más o menos, un proyecto para edición de literatura infantil, entre que lo presentás, porque ese era uno de los problemas, cuánto demora hasta concretarse? El segundo es cómo podría canalizar la terminación de una obra de teatro, dramaturgia, y las opciones de terminar de escribir y la opción de montar. Y la tercera es si tengo todo listo para crear un museo etnográfico en Jujuy, si habría alguna posibilidad.
Bueno,
Perdón,
muy buena, muy buena. No, igual muy buena, pero ahora sí me acuerdo bien de todas. La primera, lo de infantil y juvenil, bueno, les voy a ser completamente franca, como por ejemplo, el llamado, ¿no? Fue ahora el mes pasado y se van a anunciar en noviembre y posiblemente se cobren después, entonces por ahí pasan, qué sé yo, entre que vos te presentaste y que cobrás el dinero, 3, 4 meses, ¿no? Entonces, la verdad que yo este año, previendo el tema de justamente de la inflación o sea, primero igual se aclara en la redacción que, digamos, se entiende como un estímulo, un apoyo, porque, digamos, vos como editorial, y yo sé por qué he tenido, vos tenés en carpeta cosas que las querés sacar y algo de plata para sacarlo tenés, ¿no? Entonces, como que aplicás a esto, que bueno, te da un plus, pero digamos, no se da por supuesto que con 500.000 pesos, que es el premio, necesariamente puedas editar, porque hay libros de literatura infantil y juvenil como los libros álbum que son carísimos, depende cuánto tires, ¿no? Pero si tirás bastante, entonces la idea es que, bueno, sea un estímulo. De todas maneras, yo, digamos, quise en el reglamento de este año, cuando que lo armé yo, puse como, si vos sacás el libro, obviamente todos los libros que salen con estos apoyos tienen que figurar como el logo del fondo, ¿no? Que fueron hechos con el apoyo, pero pusimos en el de infantil y juvenil, como no les pusimos como, bueno, estás obligado, ¿no? Porque, ¿qué pasa? Si yo te digo, vos estás obligado no sé, en 3 meses a sacar el libro y mandar al fondo 2 ejemplares, ¿no? Que cuando sacan tienen que... y hubo una hiperinflación, ¿qué hacemos? ¿No? O sea, entonces, la verdad que me pareció mejor, bueno, confiar en que si pueden lo van a sacar y lo van a mandar, que poner en el reglamento algo que después, si teníamos, digamos, un gran problema, obliga a las personas a hacer algo que quizás no lo pueden hacer con ese dinero, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, digo, uno también trata de contemplar todas esas variables, pero siempre está bueno para el fondo que después las cosas se hagan, enterarse, o sea, que de verdad no lleguen los libros o al menos un mail, bueno, publicamos, por ejemplo, cuando las ganadores de concursos después sacan su libro, nosotros siempre compartimos como con alegría, bueno, salió la novela que quedó segunda, no sé, ¿no? O esta que recibe una mención, este libro de poesía se publicó, digamos, por eso también esto de escuchar lo que dicen ustedes, bueno, con becas hicimos esto, o sea, lo que está contando Ricardo, ¿no? Para nosotros está bueno. Sí. Bueno, por eso digo, en general el fondo es bastante flexible en el sentido que vos recibís una beca y presentás un informe. Ahora nadie te va a decir, bueno, no terminaste, no sé, devolvé la plata. O sea, bueno, presentamos un informe, pedimos un informe para tener un feedback, porque nos interesa qué estuvieron haciendo esto, ¿no? Pero no... no es que, digo, hay personas que no han podido terminar y mandan una carta explicando, bueno, yo no pude terminar, o vino la pandemia, no sé, digo, como que no es, el dinero no se da esperando la contraparte. Sí, en lo que es subsidios y préstamos, vos tenés que rendir, ahí es distinto, ¿no? Si presentás a subsidios y préstamos, vos tenés que, si vos decís, yo pedí el préstamo para comprar la guitarra, después tenés que presentar la factura de la guitarra. Si vos decís, pedí el subsidio para hacer una reforma y agregar un baño en el centro cultural, bueno, después tenés que presentar la factura del albañil que te hizo el baño, ¿no? O sea, eso sí, pero lo que es becas y concursos, como les digo, en general, la idea es, bueno, ayudar a la creatividad, digamos, nadie está esperando una contraparte, una contraprestación, ¿no? Sí. Sí, lo del dramaturgia, no sé, o sea, vos lo que decís dijiste entre la estreno, ¿no entendí? ¿Algo? Sí. Bueno, o sea, terminar la obra, te puedes presentar una beca de finalización de obra, ¿no? Esas son las becas creación, cuando salen las becas creación, que en general es tipo abril, una cosa así. Y para montarla te podés presentar, entiendo, como ya un concurso. También te puedes presentar a becas para compra de materiales, por ejemplo, para montarla, ¿no? Que es una de las líneas, compra de materiales. Pero después creo que hay, no sé bien cómo está diseñado porque no tengo presente el reglamento de dramaturgia porque no es mi área, pero habría que ver en el concurso de dramaturgia en qué instancia. Sí, porque si pones concurso de dramaturgia te va a salir el reglamento, sí, sí. Y lo de si vos querés generar bueno, si tenés una personería, o sea, si armás una asociación civil, digamos, te podés presentar a subsidios para crear, vos dijiste, un museo, claro. Si el museo es una organización civil, o sea, lo que el fondo no puede hacer es apoyar organismos públicos del Estado. O sea, el fondo le puede dar una biblioteca popular porque las bibliotecas populares son organizaciones civiles. Ahora, no le puede dar al teatro municipal porque eso es el Estado. Entonces, el Estado no puede ayudar al Estado, digamos, ¿no? No puede, exactamente, exactamente. Bien.
Poder realizar teatro y teatro de títeres adaptado, y estaba escuchando el tema de a veces que uno cree que no llega el fondo a bajar a lo más federal del país, y me parece que en mi caso yo quiero agradecer, aprovechando que estás aquí, y transmitirlo hacia el Fondo Nacional, el haber podido estar en un lugar tan pequeño, tan lejano, y sin embargo haber podido acceder a una beca que estoy transitando, dando clase a chicos con diferentes capacidades.
Qué bueno.
Y que son pertenecientes a una población muy vulnerable porque no tienen acceso a ningún tipo de bien cultural, y es la primera vez que ellos están transitando esa posibilidad.
Qué bueno. ¿Dónde es? ¿En qué localidad?
Frías, en Santiago del Estero, es un pueblo. Entonces, me parece maravilloso que el fondo pueda llegar hasta esos lugares tan lejanos y que uno cree que no, y creo que el Internet ha dado la posibilidad de poder comunicarnos, transmitir y poder realizar proyectos que parecen imposibles, pero que, bueno, en este caso, gracias al fondo se pudo realizar, y el agradecimiento es enorme, porque es una población que necesita esto.
¿En qué año lo sacaste esto?
La estoy transitando
ahora.
Finalizo en noviembre.
Bueno, ¿sabés qué? Bueno, a mí me encantó porque, bueno, este año fueron Cristian Aliaga, que es de la Patagonia, un editor, no sé si lo conocen, fue jurado de becas de formación. Bueno, Cristian yo lo conozco hace muchos años del medio, él es también gestor y fue jurado de becas de formación con Ivana Romero, que es esta chica que les decía de Rosario, y les dije, miren, a mí, digamos, como directora del área de formación, lo que más me interesa es lo que tenga algún sentido social y eso, ¿no? Y como tratar de... Y cuando me y después, bueno, ellos trabajaron por su cuenta, y cuando me pasaron los proyectos que habían quedado seleccionados, la verdad que me alegré un montón, los felicité, primero porque no conocía a nadie, o sea, que eso es para mí algo muy bueno, cuando no conocés ningún nombre de los que están ahí, quiere decir como que justamente se abrió, ¿no? O sea, una de las cosas que le critican a veces al fondo es eso, como hay gente que siempre recibe, ¿no? Digo, a lo largo de la historia, no digo de ahora, ¿no? Pero, y eso, y me parecían como proyectos muy, lo que habían elegido como con mucha sensibilidad, ¿no? Lo que habían elegido, lo que estás diciendo me recuerda a eso, así que nada, te agradezco un montón que lo digas y también sepan que para nosotros que después nos cuenten esto, ¿no? Que manden al fondo, bueno, hicimos, aunque sea una foto, no sé, y la compartimos en las redes del fondo, para nosotros también le da sentido porque decimos, bueno, funcionó, ¿no? Porque yo este año dije, bueno, las becas de formación, ¿no? Que no sea alguien que va a dar un taller virtual, ¿no? Fíjense que sean cosas en localidades específicas, vinculadas a alguna comunidad, etcétera. Así que bueno, qué bueno.
Hola, muchas gracias por este espacio para charlar. Mi nombre es Gaby, yo soy de Tucumán y bueno, vengo a esta feria por Inflorescencia Editorial, una editorial que fundamos en Tucumán en 2018 junto al poeta Mateo Diosque, y publicamos en esta editorial género poesía, con perspectiva de género y diversidad, es decir, los libros que publicamos ahí los escriben mujeres, compañeras trans, maricas, lesbianas, y bueno, transitamos este tiempo hasta ahora, estamos como muchas editoriales en riesgo, muy en riesgo por toda la crisis social y económica que hay. Y bueno, con respecto a eso, primero decir que celebro toda iniciativa desde el Fondo Nacional de las Artes y desde cualquier institución o incluso el sector privado que pueda hacer un apoyo para las y los hacedores de la cultura de este país. Porque todo lo que pasa es muy difícil desde hace muchos años y la verdad es que se necesita apoyo, y bueno, yo desde mi lugar, que es el lugar que yo conozco, plantear que sí estaría bueno que algunos apoyos no sean intermitentes, es decir, está bueno el tema concurso, el tema beca, pero el sector editorial independiente está en riesgo y la verdad es que es muy preocupante, sobre todo para gente como nosotras. Yo, por ejemplo, sé leer y escribir porque antes de ser no binario fui una mujer cis la mayoría de mi vida. Entonces, esto que nosotros decimos cis-passing. Como fui una mujer cis la mayoría de mi vida, pude transitar sin mayores inconvenientes, no en iguales condiciones, pero sin mayores inconvenientes, por ejemplo, la escolarización primaria y secundaria, ¿no? Y además de eso, por mi historia particular, y con mucho esfuerzo pude acceder a escribir poesía, que es algo que me gusta mucho, y también ser un apoyo para otros poetas. Ahora, esa realidad no es la de la mayoría. Nosotros, quienes pudimos, por haber sostenido un género asignado durante la escolarización, por ejemplo, tenemos que ayudar a nuestras compañeras, por ejemplo, nuestras compañeras trans, incluso transcribiendo lo que nos dicen oralmente, para que puedan publicar su poesía, porque a ellas les gusta mucho, ¿no? Y estoy hablando de compañeras trans del norte argentino, compañeros trans, compañeras no binarias. Entonces, si ese trabajo desde el amor, porque lo hacemos con activismo, con mucho amor, con dinero de nuestro bolsillo que viene de otros trabajos. ¿Qué puede hacer esa compañera, ese compañero para llenar un formulario del Fondo Nacional de las Artes? Esto me preocupa porque yo puedo ayudar a una compañera y en la medida que tengo el tiempo en esta vida cotidiana de capitalismo salvaje, ¿no? Pero la verdad es que es tremendo porque hay compañeras que son artistas que tienen cosas muy importantes para decir desde la poesía, hay compañeras narradoras, y no están pudiendo ni poder escribir lo que ellas dicen, te preguntan cómo se escribe, cómo van a hacer para llenar un formulario. Yo sé que no es tu sola responsabilidad la gestión de semejante organismo, pero sí aprovecho porque quizás lo puedas transmitir. Sería hermoso que dentro de las facilidades que ustedes dan para enseñar cómo se llena un formulario y eso, se contemple algo particular para la comunidad trans no binaria, por este problema. Y por el otro, con respecto al sector editorial en riesgo, qué lindo sería que, por ejemplo, todo el año el Fondo Nacional de las Artes tenga habilitado un programa de apoyo para las editoriales activas, porque que nosotros estemos en riesgo también es un riesgo para el sector privado, porque las editoriales independientes ponemos y le damos la bienvenida al circuito a autoras y autores geniales. Las editoriales medianas y grandes que son privadas no te publican a alguien que no conocen. ¿Cómo conocen a alguien especial, particular? Porque una editorial independiente lo metió o la metió en el circuito.
Totalmente.
Que nosotros desaparezcamos es un problema incluso para el sector privado. Entonces estaría bueno que este beneficio se amplíe para que haya tiempo también de que las editoriales puedan aplicar, más allá de si tienen perspectiva de género y diversidad o no, digo, es un problema de todos esto.
Totalmente. Coincido absolutamente en lo que decís, también de qué hablas. Y digamos, justamente un poco también esto que hablaba antes, también de lo de formación, por ejemplo, primero, la perspectiva de derechos y de diversidades, yo creo que hay que defenderla a nivel nacional, está en riesgo. Sabemos que a lo largo de la historia, así como se han conquistado derechos, se han perdido derechos cuando vienen las olas conservadoras. Yo personalmente me alegré mucho, tenía mucho miedo realmente de que Milei ganara en primera vuelta, y creo que también es importante decir esto porque no estamos en cualquier contexto a nivel nacional, y lo que está trayendo el compañero es algo clave, que es que no tenemos que retroceder en materia de derechos, y que un poco también lo que se está haciendo en los territorios hay que apoyarlo, ¿no? y sostenerlo y darle la legitimidad justamente que le puede dar el Estado a esas cosas, o que le puede no dar, ¿no? Porque hemos escuchado también cosas fuertísimas, ¿no? Como reivindicaciones de la dictadura militar por parte de la candidata a vicepresidenta. En fin, estamos en un momento jodido, ¿no? A ese nivel, ¿no? Así que nada, por un lado decirles que sí, que digamos cuando evaluamos o todo esto que les digo de la elección de los jurados, es también elegir personas con las que se coinciden en valores, que uno sabe que tienen ¿no? que le van a dar bola si ven un proyecto de compañeros trans, ¿no? Y eso está presente, ha estado presente toda esa perspectiva en esta gestión. Por un lado decir eso, por otro lado es obviamente la cuestión porque no son solamente las cuestiones de orientación sexual, sino, digamos, podemos pensar con una perspectiva interseccional también las cuestiones de clase, porque, digamos, si el analfabetismo es un problema también que está vinculado a las diferencias de clase, ¿no? Y que obviamente no es lo mismo ser trans, ¿no? de clase alta que ser trans de clase baja, no es lo mismo ser travesti, trabajadora sexual, que ser, digamos, sabemos que hay también muchas diferencias en el mundo de la diversidad, pero por eso digo, en este caso, justamente, digamos, si no pueden llenar un formulario, se trata de comunidades doblemente vulneradas, digamos, justamente por su identidad de género, pero también por una cuestión de clase, de formación. Entonces, también les aliento digamos, a estas becas de formación que no existían, porque existían solo las creación. Justamente también se hicieron pensando eso, bueno, no es solamente dar plata para crear, a veces también está bueno dar plata para, ¿no?, que una comunidad, o sea, la poesía ha sido siempre un espacio digamos, que permite canalizar un montón de angustias, de cosas, ¿no? Bueno, yo he dicho que también estoy en tema de género, por ejemplo, dirijo todo un proyecto donde tengo 2 investigadores que se dedican a, bueno, cómo la poesía fue, no sé, en los 80 y en los 70, todo un espacio de la experiencia lésbica, en la Argentina, un espacio de vanguardia, ¿no?, en ese sentido, qué sé yo, con autores como Perlonguer, como Susana Tenon, bueno, Diana Velesi, ¿no? Tenemos grandes poetas de la Argentina que han representado justamente todas estas temáticas, pero digo, aliento también a formar esos talleres, a ir, digamos, a que vos pidas, ¿no?, una plata para ir a hacer esto, y no sea ayudar a una, sino sea ayudar a 20, ¿no?, y que eso se convierta como en un espacio que puedan ir construyendo y alimentando y bueno, y aplicando a distintas cosas que les pueda proporcionar el fondo, ¿no?, para ir recibiendo apoyo, ¿no?, desde una beca de formación hasta una beca de creación, ¿no?, como combinar, digo, todas estas ayudas que yo estoy diciendo, digamos, no hay una actitud de, bueno, si ganaste esto no te damos lo otro, al contrario, digamos, si ganaste esto y hiciste algo copado, o sea, si ganaste una beca creación para escribir algo y escribiste algo y después lo presentás para publicar, y nosotros queremos que termines el proceso, te la vamos a dar la plata para publicar, o sea, porque la idea es acompañar todo lo posible lo que uno está eligiendo como que va a apoyar, ¿no?, que le parece importante. Así que bueno, ya tenemos que ir terminando. Les propongo, si no vienen todos acá, nos sacamos una foto después para el fondo, para compartir justamente en las redes del fondo. Sí, se copan, vengan.